Hello. And welcome to Let Me Bore You to Sleep. My name is Jason Newland. Please only listen when you can safely close your eyes. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Yes. So today is Wednesday, the 29th of July 2026. It is 6:49 a.m. I did actually do a recording yesterday, but it was a moany one. it was just me moaning. And after 20 minutes in, and 20 minutes of the dog over the fence barking continuously and having to keep stopping and starting, and I got more moanier and moanier. And I thought, initially I'll continue this another time. Maybe later on in the day when there's not so much barky. But later in the day, I couldn't be bothered. I just wasn't in the mood to do it. Plus, I've been busy still uploading or re-uploading the recordings to relax. What's it called? What am I doing? Relaxing Sleep Hypnosis Daily. So I'm still re-uploading those ones. And also, it was particularly warm inside, so I had to have the window open, which increased the volume. And of the outside sounds. But at this time in the morning, there's not generally a lot of sound going on. If the council comes round to do like building work and stuff, they don't normally start until 8 in the morning. The dog doesn't normally start barking till about 8 in the morning. So, yeah, it might be out there now, but because there's not a lot of activity, it might do a little bit of barking, but it doesn't do like full on. For some reason, which is nice. And the dustbin men come round at 7:30. Vinny doesn't bark at them, but that's like once every 2 weeks. And the dog barks at them. But but the thing is that it makes no difference because they make their own sound, their own individual grunts and shouts and swears and stuff like that they do. It's actually there's a scene in Derek. Yeah, Derek, the TV show, where the lady, if you've seen it, it's a Ricky Gervais show. Ricky Gervais plays Derek, who works in a nursing home. I don't actually know what he does in the nursing home, but he sits around with the elderly people. And the lady who runs the nursing home has a boyfriend, and he has a job. He gets a job working on the dustbins, collecting the rubbish and stuff. And the person he's working with is a very angry young man. and they show him a few times, like picking the rubbish up and the bag split and stuff, and shouting and that, and that's what I hear pretty much every 2 weeks, is these angry and there's probably about 6 of them, 4, 5, 6, whatever, that can't, I don't know, maybe 4, but they make, it sounds like a football match gone wrong. They very much, it sounds like more than there are. It's a little bit like, you know, when you're sitting on a bus or a train and you hear these voices, and maybe they're deep voices, and they're talking like really aggressively, and it's like almost could be intimidating. And you get up to get off, and you look back, and it's just a bunch of kids that have, probably teenagers, that are still, maybe their voices broke. They might even have school uniforms on, and there's nothing to be intimidated by. They're just kids, but they're so, what they're saying, the way they're talking is so aggressive, but it almost is funny once you see them. You know, it's like a little toddler squaring up to you saying, "Come on," or "Scrappy do." So I don't know where I'm going with this. I don't know. It just reminded me that happened once. I was on a bus, and I was thinking, am I safe? Because I was on a bus on my own. I wasn't near the back, because I don't sit at the back anymore, really, generally. I don't really get on buses anymore. But, you know, this is quite a while ago. But ago. And I was sitting on the right-hand side, which is generally my favourite position. I don't know why. Maybe it almost feels like because I can see the traffic coming the other way. I don't know what it is. Although the other side, the left-hand side, better if you want to see people on the pavement, or if you want to see who's getting on the bus when the bus stops at the bus stop. I wonder how many times I can say bus. Bus, 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 bus. So normally I'll sit on the right-hand side, but I'm more kind of middle. I'll sit at the front if there's no one around, and I can, you know, I don't see the point in walking to the back. If there's literally no one on the bus, I'll probably will just sit on the front. I might even sit on the disabled chairs, but I will move if someone gets onto the bus that needs those chairs, those seats. Although I've got something to tell you, I might actually officially be able to sit on those seats soon. Bless me. Bless the aging process. Ooh, all warm and cosy. So yeah, I was sitting there on the right hand side, probably 2 or 3 seats away from the back, and I was hearing this. And for some reason, I think when I got on, there was quite a few people on the bus. I didn't look at anyone. But as the journey progressed, people got off. And I think on this particular journey, we'd gone through town, and everybody had got off the bus except me and the voices at the back. I didn't know how many there was. I think it turned out there was 3. About three of them. But I was hearing this seriously aggressive chat, lots of swearing, which is what I used to do when I was a kid. Lots of aggression. I didn't really do that. I've never really been an aggressive person, I would say, not really verbally. Generally, not and mean it, and not in public either. And there was a little bit of me thinking, am I safe? Am I alright? Because I didn't want to look back in case that triggered something. You know, like, oh, Because I knew I could tell there was at least 2 different voices, but I thought there was more. Well, actually, I could probably hear there was more. And I thought, but it seemed so. But then I said, as I got up, I looked round. I didn't start laughing, but internally I did. Because they couldn't have been more than like 13, 14. And they were talking like they were drunk 35, 40-year-olds in a pub, really bitter at life, kind of drinking like me 10 years ago. So before I moved here, before everything got better and more wonderful, so I don't know why I'm talking about that. Anyway, so yeah, I did the recording yesterday. I was just being a grumpy ass, so I just decided not to pursue that one and not to continue it. Although there was a funny line, I can't remember what it was, but it was quite a funny line. Something to do with a tree and a squirrel. I don't know. Maybe I'll find a way to do it again today, but I kind of ruined it, haven't I, by mentioning the tree and the squirrel. So at some point later on I mention a squirrel or a tree, you're probably going to think that I'm going to mention also a squirrel or a tree. Well, what I mean is, if I mention a tree, you might think, oh, squirrel's coming. Or if I mention a squirrel, oh, a tree is coming. You know what I mean? And that might ruin the hilarious joke. But it depends really, doesn't it? Because if I stop talking about it, keep talking about it like this, then maybe after a while I can kind of ease it in, sneak it in, without you noticing. But then if you don't notice it, it's probably not going to be funny, is it? If it kind of, haven't really thought this through. I'll tell you what's weird. Well, it's not if it's weird, but when I do a Let Me Bore You to Sleep in the morning, and I don't normally do it in the morning, it's normally, well, going by past, it's normally early evening, late afternoon, sometimes early afternoon. It's rarely is it in the morning. Well, I have done them in the morning, but it's quite rare. I'm much more lively in the morning. And you might think, well, yeah, you've just woken up. I suppose there is that. I've got up, it's the beginning of the day. But I tend to have a quicker mind. Not that it's quick, but a just quick mind. As opposed to... Did I just say opposed? As opposed to a very slow one. Which reminds me, I got a message from... Christine. Hi Jason, nice to see you back on podcast. Your YouTube hasn't changed since the last Friday Q&A, just in case you didn't know. Thanks, Christine. So hi Christine, that was supposed to have been sorted, so I did kind of update the YouTube channel, but it didn't update. So let's have a look. Yeah, it didn't update itself, so what I've had to do... What's that going on? Really, I've had no views of the latest one. Fair enough. I converted the this is the last Let Me Bore You to Sleep one, which was a couple of days ago. I converted that into a video and I've uploaded it to YouTube. All being well, and if things work how they should do, from now on, whenever I release a new podcast to my podcast, they should just automatically upload to YouTube, like what they did and like how they should. So that I'll be going back to 6 versions again, which will delight some people and annoy others. It's in equal measure, possibly. It's just, as Buddy Holly said, if you try and please everyone, you'll please no one. Which isn't really true, is it? Actually, that's not true at all. Yeah, that's an untruth. It's one of those just generic quotes that actually people might take on and like, oh yeah, and just continuously pass it on, but has no meaning and is actually incorrect. It's a bit like that. Oh, if you when you tell kids, like, if you keep making that face, if the wind changes, your face will be like that forever, or something like that. Like this, that doesn't make any sense. What do you mean if the wind changes? But it's not even windy. If it changes, how does wind change? What, going from blowing to the left to blowing to the right? I mean, what? I don't get it. And I'm not going to keep this face going the whole time, because a wind it's not going to change instantly, is it? Unless it's some kind of tornado, which moves quite fast. But then even in a tornado, you can see it, and you can probably have enough time to not, hopefully, take shelter, but at least change the expression on your face. Yeah, I don't know why some of those things. There's another one in the UK. I don't know if you got it. Some of these expressions that I kind of grew up with is things like look who the cat dragged in. It's like, hi Nan, it's your favourite grandchild. Look who the cat dragged in. It's like, so what you're saying is I'm basically a half-eaten rodent. Yeah? Lovely. Thanks. It's a very negative country, this is. I think it's always been like that. Just generally. Not everyone. Not completely. But just a lot of the sayings, a lot of the language patterns is not a positive one. The standard greeting is, hi, you alright? Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. I'm still alive. And that, I tried to stop myself talking like that. But I had to do it manually. I had to do it on purpose, because it was almost built within me. Because that's what I've experienced from being born, hearing people say stuff like that. Hearing people complain about the weather. It's too hot, too cold, too wet, too damp, too windy. The word too, T-O-O. That reminds me, I've got an issue with the word lose. So, why do people use the word L-O-O-S-E, which is loose, instead of L-O-S-E, lose? It's a different word. loose as in not tight. Not loose, not lose as in lost. That's bugged me for years and years and years. I don't know why, but I see people use that in their grammar. I don't know if it's like a different country use it as a different word, but I just like, come on, loose and lose. I realise it's a little bit, probably a little bit pedantic, but it's a similar word, because like lose, loose, lose, loose. It's a similar word, and if I was trying to learn English as a second language, words like that would really confuse me, because it sounds the same pretty much, doesn't it? But then there's a lot of, like, if you go from someone, and I hear this quite a lot, people maybe from the northern part of the country might use terms like bath instead of bath. I'll say bath, they may say bath. Of course I'm right, I'm not judging. If you say bath, you're clearly wrong. But it's, the thing is, people only say bath or bath is because that's where they're grown up to. That's how they've been taught to say it. Which makes you wonder why, considering bath is the right way to say it, just like in the English language, I mean, not morally. Wouldn't it make sense that everywhere the teachers speak the same? Like all teachers in every school around the country speak the same. You know, let's just choose if it's bath or bath. I don't care. I'll say bath. I don't. It doesn't sound right to me, but that's because it does. It's wrong to my ears because it's not how I've ever said it. But let's just have because it's communication. It's miscommunication if we're all saying things differently. Because if you say can't and if you say can and can't, that's how we say it in this part of the world. In my country, can and can't. But in, let's say, other parts of the country, they might say can. They still say can, but then they say can't. Now, if you speak quickly, can and can't sounds the same word. I can walk up to, I can, what is it? I can't get up the hill. I can get up the hill. I can't get up the hill. I can get up the hill. I can get up the hill. I can't get up the hill. But if you say I can get up the hill and I can't get up the hill, it's much easier to decipher. And that's something I've struggled with in the past when I hear people talking and they say can't. And it's the same with other parts of the world as well that say can't. Especially when the talk... And I've actually heard, it's quite funny, I've heard people that are speaking, using these words, having to ask each other to repeat it because they don't know what they mean because they're speaking too quickly, and can and can't sounds the same in a sentence when the person's speaking very quickly. And also what I noticed is, and you might notice this, do you ever notice when you ask someone to repeat what they said because you just couldn't catch it? Perhaps happens a bit more to me because I'm so blimmin' slow, but and have a degree of lack of interest. But if you like, oh, can you repeat it? So if they said, oh, I'm going on a holiday to blah blah blah, it's like, okay, I didn't get that last bit. Can you repeat it? Guaranteed they will say, yeah, I was okay, so I'm going on holiday to blah, blah, blah. They'll repeat it exactly word for word, the same speed, the same mumble at the same place. It's like, but it's kind of rude to say no. But it might be rude that I do it. But like, no, I understood the first bit when you were actually speaking English, but the last bit was incomprehensible. All I heard was blah, 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 blah. I think that attitude contributed to me getting sacked from my insurance job. You know, yeah, correcting people on the phone is not a good idea if your job is to, you know, talk on the phone to customers. Correcting them on the way they talk, yeah, it's not a good idea. But anyway, I learned from that. I learned that I didn't like working in insurance. That's what I learned. I also learned that they did not pay me enough. I was selling £500,000 worth of insurance a year. And in most sales jobs, like if you get a commission, it's going to be at least 10%. So I should have been on 50 grand a year. But I was on, well, I worked out about 5%. You know, no salesperson outside of maybe, you know, because I was on commission, but it was only based on the commission of how many sales I got and a certain amount per sale, blah, blah, whatever, plus a basic salary. Blah, blah. I just heard someone on TikTok. I'm very fascinated by TikTok. I probably spend about 20 minutes a day just going on TikTok and listening. And if someone fascinates me, I'll listen. I'll watch them. And there was someone on there and he kept saying the word mate pretty much after every sentence. All right, mate. So, yeah, mate. All right, mate. All right, mate. He seemed to be putting on like a deep voice as well. And he said that he was in his early 60s. So I don't know. Because some people do that, don't they? You can tell that they're putting on a fake deep voice. Because probably they heard somewhere that perhaps women like deep voices, or men with deep voices are come across as being tough, or I don't know, whatever. I used to do it myself when I was 10. Didn't work though. I tried to have a deep voice, you know, like, yeah, that's right, yeah. That was me trying to have a deep voice. I want Weetabix today, Mum. That's like, yeah, it wasn't really. I mean, there was a period when I was going through the change, you know, the first change. Hair where you don't want it, until you realise that you're supposed to have it there, and then you don't get as much as you want. Parts growing, or not growing, depending how lucky you are. And my voice hadn't broken. I mean, I never had a deep voice anyway, even when it did break, but because some people do have like naturally really deep voices, and you could almost feel the testosterone like spraying in your face when they talk, you know, the breeze of the testosterone filling your nostrils. It's just, some people are just like that. I never was. I don't think I had any testosterone in my life. I don't think there's ever been any in my body, actually. So, but I used to wake up, and there was this period when I'd wake up and I'd have a croaky voice, and I'd be in bed, and the first thing I did when I woke up, the second thing I did when I woke up when I was about 13 was go, the third thing, because I had to clean up. The third thing I did when I woke up was, Adrian, because Rocky was on at the time. Rocky was the big thing, and Adrian, and that was the only two really, Adrian, and the other one was the impressions I did back then was, don't think, feel. It's like a finger pointing to the moon. Slap. Don't concentrate on the finger, or you'll miss all that heavenly glory. That was Bruce Lee from Enter the Dragon. That was the other impression I did, which I think was better back then than it is now. I mean, I haven't watched the film for a long time. It's kind of one of those movies I can't really watch anymore. I've overwatched it. It's not like a song, is it? Like with a song, I over-listen to that song, but then maybe 10, 15 years later, 20 years, 30 years later, it's like, I enjoy listening to that now because it only lasts for 3 minutes. It's not like that other movie, is it? Like I'm going to spend an hour and a half rewatching a movie. No. Although I did watch Supergirl 2 days ago. Because I was in a grump, I didn't enjoy it. I was looking forward to it, and I realised as I was watching it that I probably wouldn't have enjoyed anything at that moment. That was always one of my worries about the old moods, is on my wedding day, I'm thinking about in the past, the idea of a wedding day now is kind of funny, but I was concerned that I'd wake up on my wedding day in a grump. Now, a grump is an underestimate. It's it's not the right word, but, it's a nice, gentle word to use. But in a grump, I'd wake up in a grump, and I would not be pleasant to be around, and I would not enjoy the day. And that's the weird thing about, for me, my experience of this, long before I was ever having a mood disorder, but long before I ever was diagnosed with bipolar or anything like that, I didn't know how I was going to be from one day to the next, or from how I was going to be in the afternoon compared to how I was in the morning, or how I was going to be before I went for a wee-wee mid-morning and when I got back from doing a wee-wee, or how I was going to be before having an interaction with a human and afterwards. See, I just didn't know how I was going to feel and how I was going to respond, because I was so changeable. And also because I was young, I think back in them days, now I'm talking about in my, blimey, all the way through school, and I've had this. I would say as long back as I remember in my life, I've had mood irregularities. See, I wouldn't use the word irregularities if I did this recording in the evening. Words like that seem to leave my vocabulary. When I wake up, my vocabulary is much more available for me. Why is that? Maybe it's the pain medication I take for my back. And then it's the medication I take for the bipolar. It sort of dumbs me down a bit, and it does make me tired. But when I wake up, my body's kind of, I've got that in my system, some of it, but not like full on. I don't know. Because I know sometimes I can wake up and just have loads of ideas, loads of like creative thoughts, and really feel chatty. Like today I'm feeling quite chatty, but then other days I don't, so yeah. But ever since, I hope you don't mind me talking about this, because I know some may say, well, it's not conducive to sleep, you're talking about, well, yeah, I get that, but this, I try and include my life into these podcasts, but at the same time, I try not to go too deep. Like, you know, emotionally, I can talk about bipolar without getting serious, you know, just because this is as much of my life, part of my life, as my eyes or breathing or eating, or, you know, this is part of me for whatever reason. It's a big part of my life, and it's difficult to plan. It's difficult, although there was one time, right, I went out with my college friends when I was at university doing my degree in counselling. Ooh, I got a degree. Yeah. I was invited out with my friend, another friend, her husband, and her two friends who were both gay. They were like in a relationship, and that is that's important to the story. That's why I mentioned it. Okay. So we went out to this. You ever been to a place like a nightclub and a pub? It's not really. It was a nightclub, but it was like a nightclub early. It was open at 8, 9, and it was already a nightclub. But it was also a bar, but people were dancing. It was two levels. It was a really nice place. It was in Chelmsford. So I go into this place. I had no idea that I had the grump. I had the hump. I had a grumpy. I was just in a mood, but there was no reason for it. And so I had my friends trying to kind of talk to me, and I was not being very responsive, and I was really, really in a bad mood, like really, really, really. Again, no reason. I didn't want to be there, but I couldn't get home because my ride was like booked. So I probably could have got home. I could have got a taxi back, which would have cost a fortune. So maybe I didn't have the money to do that. I don't remember. But something absolutely hilarious, well, at the time I found it hilarious, happened, which kind of, it brought me out of it, because I was laughing so much at the absurdity. So basically, I'm talking to one of the lads, one of the because you've got the two gay men. One, I think it was his birthday, his 30th birthday, one of them, okay? And he came back from the dance floor. Well, actually, he got some drinks, so he had to walk through the dance floor. And he said, these two women, they keep chatting me up. And I don't know what to say. Like, his boyfriend was laughing. Apparently it happens a lot. And he went down to get some more drinks. I said, I'll come down with you. I'll get the rest of the drinks. I kind of wanted to get away from the people that were there, but also I thought it'd be funny to see what happens, you know, see what it was like. And he was right. There was these two ladies, and they were both seriously chatting him up. And he kept saying to them, I'm gay. And they would not let it go. And he was pointing to his boyfriend who was waving. You know, like, and they asked me, I said, yeah, it's his boy. They're engaged. I don't know if they were. I don't know if I said that. I don't even know if he did wave or not. But, you know, it's part of the story. It gives it a bit of juice. There was no hovercrafts involved. I'm not going to, like, add stuff just for the sake of it. But this was the scenario. But they would not take his being gay as a good enough excuse not to go home and have an adult adventure with them. Honestly. He kept telling them. Oh, and they were drunk, so they kept asking the same questions over and over again. And he kept saying, I'm gay. I don't find women attractive. You like that. I like men. I'm engaged to be married. We've been together 700 years. We're vampire. I don't know what he was saying. And it was so funny. She said, and they said, well, why are you here then? Why aren't you in a gay club? He said, well, and this is when I jumped in. I said, well, excuse me, what are you talking about? He doesn't have to go to a gay club just because he's gay. I go to gay clubs all the time. And one of them said, yes, so? I said, well, I'm not gay. And everyone started laughing. Yeah, of course you're not. Excuse me? So one gay person that's literally waving to his boyfriend, they don't believe him, but they think that they believe, they don't, you know what I mean? It's like, what? Which I guess that's why they weren't coming on to me, because they thought I was gay. Otherwise, I'm sure they would have been talking to me instead. Which is untrue. They wouldn't have been. And he said, well, I'm in here with my friends. We are allowed to come into like normal, well, I say normal, straight places. I don't have to just go to gay clubs, you know. They said, oh, okay, what are you celebrating? So it's my birthday. Oh, how old are you? And he said, I'm 30. One of them screamed out, 30? And the other one like, oh, that's old. You're an old man. 30? The look of disgust on their faces. They turned and walked away. And you could hear the building shake. No, they were normal size. No, but you could... It was almost like if it was a cartoon, smoke would be coming out of their ears. They were furious that had wasted that much time on someone that was 30 years old. How dare you talk to us? They were probably 25, 26. You know, I don't know why 30 is so old, but that cheered me up so much. I mean, the bit about them, you know, you like didn't believe that I was straight. Not so much, but the fact that him being gay was not a deterrent, but being 30, that was the line that they would not cross. That was the sinker. Wow. This is a true event. And I was laughing. It tickled me. Absolutely. I feel one of them came back and said, are you sure you're 30? He said, yeah. And she looked at me and growled and walked off. So I was like, why is it my fault? I said to him, why is she growling at me? He said, because you've got no pants on. I was like, okay. I said, it's been ages. I haven't said that for a while, have I? He said, no, you haven't. I said, well, I thought I might as well introduce it back into the podcast about me walking around in public without any pants. And he said, yeah, you might as well do. Might as well keep a little bit of, continuity, I think the right word is. I said, yeah. He said, by the way, are you now going to be continuing your podcast a bit more regularly? I said, yeah, that's the intention. He said, what on earth made you delete all that stuff and decide to just do 10 hours without any music? I said, look, what you don't realise is I got advice to do that. I actually went on and did some, research in how to build a podcast, because although the podcasts are growing slowly, they're growing, but it's like I just think I should be at more. I want to reach more people. That's all, so I can help more people. It's just simple as that, really. And having so many different versions means that my recordings get lost. The ones I did 2 months ago are almost invisible, and a lot of work goes into these recordings. Each individual one is hours of work, and the idea that I do something and make a hypnosis recording that lasts for 2 hours, and then it's because it's 3 months ago, no one's ever going to listen to it again. Yeah, if it was visible, still now, people would possibly be listening to it. So, that's kind of one of those, that's why I kind of went that way. And he said, that was a very long answer to the question. He said, you do know I think I'm 32 now. And I said, you mean, what? I was being a bit slow, to be honest. I had been drinking a little bit. I said, oh, you mean because it took me so long to answer that you've actually aged 2 years? He said, yeah. I said, oh, that's quite clever. He said, I thought so, but I think explaining it ruined it a bit. I said, okay. And we did laugh, but I was also thinking about, the two women wanting to be with him when he was gay, but not when he was gay. I mean, he still is, but the idea that, being 30 was the deal breaker. Oh, it still tickles me a little bit even now. And this was back in, I reckon, I was at college at the time, so probably about 2009, 2008, 2009, I'd say, ballpark figure, 2009. So what's that? 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 17 years, yeah. And he said, yeah, I know how long ago it was, because I was with you, wasn't I? I'm the bloke in the story. I said, sorry, I forgot you. I thought you were gone. I thought I was talking to the audience. He said, no, you're still talking to me. I said, okay. So what you're telling me is you changed all the podcasts, got rid of all that stuff, because you were trying to help the audience. Yeah, that's it. That's why. But do your listeners think that? Do they feel that it helped them? No, probably is the answer. No, I don't think anyone did. So, whether or not you thought it was helping, if they didn't feel helped by it, then it wasn't helping, was it? I said, no, and that's why I've gone back and re-uploaded stuff. Oh, so you didn't lose it all? You didn't just delete it? No, I had a backup. I'm not just going to delete all my recordings. Everything's saved. So why didn't you just make those recordings private and see how it went? And then you could have just, when it didn't work, you could have just made them public again. And it would have taken you maybe a couple of hours. The reason I didn't do that is because I've only just thought of it. Wow, that would have been a much easier way to do it, wouldn't it? Just make all the recordings private that weren't 10 hours long, but still keep them on the podcasts, which meant I wouldn't have to delete or re-upload anything. Perhaps in the future, if I ever do that again, I'll have to, or, experiment. I'm trying to think of some of the other old phrases. Let's have a look. This is very much a Trivia Tuesday kind of theme, isn't it? So, old English phrases. Old English Francais. What? Old English phrases and sayings and... Right, yeah, that's it, and sayings. Right. Okay. When I said Old English, I didn't mean like medieval English. Although, look, some of these really are old. The oldest ones, like settle in truth is fate. Truth is the trickiest. Success comes through fairness, not force. Need do thyself harm. Don't hurt yourself. Okay. So here's some. All that glitters is not gold. So not everything that appears valuable is valuable. A fool and his money are soon parted. There's a few words I don't like, that I just don't enjoy. The word fool. I don't like that word. And idiot and stupid. That's the other two words, which basically is what a fool is, isn't it? That's the meaning of the word fool. Don't like those. Maybe it's because I was called it too much when I was younger. I don't like them. Don't like those words. So, calling someone a fool. I don't, yeah. I've never used that word on someone ever in my life. But I do understand the saying, and I've been in that situation, and I don't think it's... maybe we can change the word of fool. You could change it to a naive person, and their money are soon parted. A trusting person, and their money are soon parted. Both of those which I think would be called a fool by someone that's judging them, not realising that maybe they're just kind and trusting and believe that when someone asks for the money, or for money, asking instead that they need it for something really important when they didn't? How does it make the person that's given the money the fool? How does it? It's weird, isn't it? So you help someone out who doesn't need help because you believed them, because you're a caring person and you're a trusting person, and you believe that helping others is the best thing you can do in life, basically. The most important thing is helping others, because helping others helps you. Oh, it sounds like there's a fly somewhere. Oh. And, oh, by the way, did I tell you that I got my radiators put in? Got my radiators put in last week, the new radiators. And next month, I'm potentially going to get a new kitchen. And I also spoke to the adult health place, and they're going to send an occupational therapist to come round and look at my bathroom, because I can't get in and out of the bath. It's not a bath issue, because I got a shower, but I can't get my leg over anymore. Oh dear. The opportunity. Because of my lower back on my left side, my left leg isn't as stable as my right leg. And I just can't get in and out of the bath safely. And also, painlessly. So what they might do, if it comes to it, they might change it and get rid of the bath, perhaps put a wet room in, or perhaps put a shower in, or something like that. Yeah. At one point she said, well, we could do you need anyone to come and help you to wash? And I said, no. It's not. I'm too young. I know there's no age limit on that stuff, but no. That would be, no, I think that would be, no. I said, if you've got photographs, then no, I didn't say that. No. And she did say, if you considered a walking aid, like a walking stick, to help you with your balance and to take, to help you so you're not in so much pain when you walk. No, but then I'm going to be in public with a walking stick. And that's not me being rude towards other people that have walking sticks, but it's just, that's not how I don't know. I guess I'm not ready. Like my nan, even when she was 95, she couldn't see. She was having trouble with her hearing. She's basically just really old. I mean, obviously 95 is old, and her mobility was almost very, 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 very bad. But she had like a Zimmer frame, and she could walk very slowly. Her family, and there's one thing I would say about my granddad and my nan and granddad's side of the family, and that's the only side of my family that I know. I don't know my mum's side. So my dad's side of the family, impatience is something that I've noticed that they've all got in common. Very impatient. Just want to get on with it. And it's not that they're being rude or that they're trying to be nasty. They're just impatient. They want to get it done. And the idea of walking somewhere, like to a restaurant, and having to walk really, really slowly behind my nan did not appeal to them. And they got her a wheelchair, and she refused to get into the... She refused it. She said, I'm not going out in public in that thing. I'm not having you pushing me around. And it's just, it was... And I'm not criticising my family, because blimey, my dad was amazing, and my aunt, and they were really good with my nan. You know, she wanted for nothing other than... All she did want, well, she wanted my granddad, and she wanted me to pay the money back that I stole from her purse. But what she really wanted was... I didn't steal any money from her purse, I'm just joking, blimey. It's just light-hearted. See, I would say that to my nan. It's not something I wouldn't say to her. I wouldn't say that I stole money from your purse, but I'd do it as a joke, you know. She had a good sense of humour. She did, she was funny. I used to make her laugh, I like that. See, I don't make my dad laugh. I don't make any of my family laugh, really. But I used to make my nan laugh. And that's all that really mattered, because I used to come out with stuff that was rude, and she'd be like, oh, couldn't believe I said it. Oh, Jason. Oh, you know, and I would come out with stuff. And this is, bearing in mind, this is like in my 20s, in my 30s. I mean, she left when I was 44. But even up to like early 40s when because the last year or two, she did fade. But I'd still make her laugh. I mean, the very last time I saw her, it was just before Christmas, and it was 2014. So it was December 2014, and she was almost whispering. She could hardly talk. She just wasn't very well. She was basically just age, really. And so I had to get really close to her for her to see me. And and for her to hear me, she was whispering, and she still had the smile in her eyes. And maybe it's like, say, Irish smiling eyes. Irish have this, smiley eyes, whatever. And she was Irish. Both her parents were Irish, going back probably centuries. Thousands of years maybe. I'm not saying her parents were thousands of years old, but her heritage was Irish through and through. I'm 48% Irish, so I'm guessing my mum's side also had Irish, because technically I should only be quarter Irish, because my dad's half Irish, so I should be quarter Irish, but I'm actually 48% Irish, which is nearly 50%, isn't it? I think I would agree. So on my mum's side, one of my grandparents must have been Irish as well. Maybe it was my granddad. I don't know. I never met. No, I mean I probably did meet them when I was very, very little, but I don't remember anybody. I mean, my granddad was gone. Her father left the planet before I was even born. But I don't remember ever meeting my grandmother or my auntie, because she had a sister. I mean, she might still have a sister. I never remember meeting her. So I don't know. There must have been some Irish on their side. Otherwise, I wouldn't be 48%. I don't think that'd be. Yeah, that doesn't make sense otherwise. But my dad, he, and you say, well, yeah, everyone does it. Well, it's not just about everyone does it, but I was surprised at how good he was with both. At the time, my step granddad and my step grandmother and my nan, my actual real nan, were all elderly and unwell at the same time. And my dad and my stepmom pretty much had a full-time job looking after them. That's what they did. They went from one to the other. One was in a home, one was in a hospital, one was at home. So they were going from one place to another, and that was their job for years, for a good few years. And I don't know how they did it. I'm just like, I'm in awe, really, at how they, and how anyone, and I know there are millions of people out there doing this, are able to. That's why, you know, why can't you just finish a sentence? You knew how the sentence was going to end. That's why I do believe that everyone, pretty much everyone, has got a really nice side to them. And there's so much kindness out there. There's so much caring, because literally there are millions of people just in this country, millions upon millions of people that are caring for someone, that are like either physically hands-on caring for someone, or visiting someone in a home, in a hospital, a hospice, wherever, or at their home. There's teachers, there's care workers that are doing it as a job, nurses, doctors, millions of people. And also the emergency services, ambulances, doctors, and the police, the fire service, the air service, the water people, the boat lifeguard thing. So many people that are caring. And it's kind of amazing when you think about it, because that's not the way that society is portrayed in the news, in the newspapers, on the internet. It seems to be that the negativity is what stands out, and they're the ones that make the most noise. And maybe that's because the people that are being kind and caring, or people that they haven't got time to be involved in that stuff. They haven't got time to go on to TikTok or Twitter, or sit on TikTok for hours, shouting and getting into arguments, because they're busy being kind. They're busy caring for someone that they love. Maybe I'm just speaking out loud. There's so much kindness out there in the world. So much. I wonder what it'd be like if more people realised, or really got to grips, got in touch with that part of themselves that really is selfless, that's caring and kind and loving. Because it's there. Yeah. I don't know why I started thinking about that, but it's the same thing. It's every one of us has made a difference, a positive difference to another person's life. Probably many people's lives, but everyone has made a difference to another person's life. Even if we don't even know about it, even if we don't even know the person. Sometimes it could be as simple as opening a door for someone who's coming into the garage, or just moving out of the way, or being friendly, or if they drop something, just like, hey, look, you dropped this. Something like that could be the difference between them getting to the last straw, as it were, to remind them of how kind people can be. Can you imagine if we all just decided, and it's not about doing a good deed, but to just, at the very least, remind ourselves of the kindness that we have and others have, and to maybe share that kindness, like one little bit, share it. Even, here's an experiment. I might try and do this myself, and I've done it in the past actually, is sending love. And this is kind of a meditation practice, but for me it's a little bit different from that, but it's almost sending kindness to another person. It doesn't have to be someone that's in the room with you. It could be someone that's distant. It could be someone in another country maybe. But in some ways, I quite like the idea of sending kindness to a complete stranger. Someone you see. Maybe you're on a bus. Just someone you can see, you see getting on a bus, and just close your eyes and send them kindness. Maybe to the bus driver, maybe to a neighbour. It's quite powerful. So I used to do these kinds of things on buses where I would imagine, not just on the buses, but sometimes, it could be a bit boring sitting on a bus, and I'd like, okay, let's do some meditation, but let's do some mind magic kind of. So I'd imagine that like invisible rain would start to fall down on everyone, but it was healing rain, and it'd fall into, and it would soak into their scalp, and it would kind of fill their body up with this healing energy, and they'd be completely covered and filled. Or if I saw someone on the bus and maybe they looked like they had a sniffle or they were coughing, send them individually like really powerful healing. Partly to try and stop them coughing because, you know, it's not ideal, is it? But it feels nice. It feels nice to send. 'Cause it's one of those things where, let's say if you've got a cake and you share your cake out, you might, if it's a birthday cake and you're in an office, you might end up not getting to eat any of your own cake. But the difference with this, unlike a cake, every slice you give out a whole cake returns. You get a cake back. Every time you give a slice out, you get a cake back. So every time you give healing energy out or send healing energy, you get 10, 20, 100 times more coming back to you. So it never runs out. It just grows stronger. The more you give it away, the larger it becomes. That healing, that positivity. The more you give away, it's like having a bank balance. The more money you give away, the more money, the higher your bank balance goes. But in positivity, in healing, in feeling good, feeling relaxed, accomplished, feeling that you've done something really nice. So when you send healing out to others, it comes back to you a lot stronger, which means that you can send out even more healing energy, stronger, more powerful, but then you also get even more comeback, which makes it stronger to the point where you can feel amazing. I'm just getting in touch with that feeling. I can feel it in my brain, almost in my head, my eyes, my face, my chest, my legs. It's almost like that healing energy is being sent ahead of me. I just got the visualization of the healing actually entering my shoes, ready for when I put my shoes on, when I take Vinny out. Being on the carpet, being on my toothbrush, so when I brush my teeth, in the toothpaste, in the water bottle. So everything I do sends more healing energy into me, healing more of you. Yeah, that sounds quite good. I like that. So I'm going to go, because it's now 8:08 in the morning. I need to take Mr. Vincent out for a WALK and get back and have something to eat at 9:10. I've got everything very regimented today. 9:10, that's when Frasier's on. So I'm going to have some breakfast when Frasier's on and a cup of tea. And between now and then, I'm going to take him out, then come back and try and do some editing on this podcast and upload it. So thank you for listening. Remember to be kind to yourself, because you do deserve to be happy. And be gentle with yourself. You deserve to feel safe. Lots of love. Bye. Relax in a more deep and meaningful way, maybe in a way that can not just allow you to feel calmer now and throughout the time we spend together here, not just relaxed at the end of the recording when it's finished and you can enjoy that sense of comfort and peace, but also I think it would be nice to have those feelings of relaxation continue for longer after the recording is ended, so that you can still benefit from listening to my voice, maybe in a few hours' time, perhaps tomorrow. And then by listening regularly, especially if you find, like some people do, and myself as well, sometimes I find one particular recording that really resonates with me, and I just listen to it over and over again, like every morning, every evening. There was this recording from, we're going back to about 1999. It wasn't hypnosis, but it was a guided visualization, so it kind of was hypnosis really. And I managed to find it again, and it still has the same effect on me. And part of it was the person's voice relaxed me. Just felt so peaceful, and I'd look forward to listening to her in the morning and in the evening. And I knew before even pressing the play button that as soon as I'd done that, pressed the play button, this was in the days of CD players, press the play button. In fact, it might have even been a tape recorder. I'd lie down on the bed, and then even without necessarily listening to her words, because I had them memorized really, it was as if my body knew exactly what to do. And the muscles just almost went into automatic relaxation. And I remember my mind would slow down. Now, I was listening to this recording in the early days of learning hypnosis, and long before I ever made any videos or audio recordings myself, because I didn't start doing that till 2006. But I knew how helpful I found being able to just let go, to have that trust in the person that I'm listening to. Knowing that it's going to be just as relaxing, if not more so, each time you hear my voice. You may feel the same. Some people have been listening to me for over a decade. Maybe not solidly, obviously not 24 hours a day, but maybe people come back. Some people maybe listen every day. And something that I do, which you may not realize by listening, is when I record these recordings, now for example, I also am affected by the words that I say. So if I said to you, focus on your feet, notice your feet relaxing, I will be focusing on my feet. I will be noticing my feet relaxing. If I said focus on your hands, and maybe notice the difference between each hand. Perhaps notice the air in the room, the temperature of the room on the backs of your hands. You may start to notice what almost feels like a very light breeze, even though there may not be any type of breeze at all where you are right now. And as you become aware of your hands, I'm also aware of how relaxed my hands are feeling now. And when it comes to potentially drifting off to sleep, which may be the reason you're listening, I also feel drowsy when I make these recordings. I also notice my mind drifting. In fact, at times I've actually fallen asleep without even noticing. And then I carry on talking. And it's only when I listen back to do the editing, I hear snoring. And I think, I don't remember snoring. I remember talking. Is it snoring or is a pig turned up? That's what I sound like when I snore. And I get really into the whole experience. I don't know how you feel. How relaxed you feel in your feet. How relaxed you feel in your hands. I have noticed more and more that the more relaxed, deeper level of comfort you feel, the easier your breathing becomes. It's almost like that additional muscle relaxation. So this allows you to breathe easier. Without necessarily focusing on your breath. However, being able to notice the ease in which you breathe so naturally. You breathe so very easily and smoothly. Whenever I imagine my breathing improving, when I've got my eyes closed, I tend to visualize a beautiful field with trees and flowers, producing all that life-giving oxygen. It feels nice to, if nothing else, just taking some time away from everything. Enjoying that feeling of peace, serenity, with a joyful heart. Time seems to just drip by so very slowly. Relaxed, so deeply peaceful, completely unattached to any thoughts whatsoever in this moment. Completely free. noticing that your mind has slowed down, slowed down. Because nothing really requires your attention. You can enjoy the physical sensations of allowing the stress to drip out of your body. Dripping out of every part of your body. And being released from your brain and your mind. Slowly but surely the muscles in your legs relax, relax, relax so very deeply. Relax so deeply. And the feelings, the pleasant feelings in your arms and shoulders, deepening each part of your body further and deeper and deeper. noticing the feelings in the back of your neck. The feelings in your wrists, the muscles in the front of your body. Are also feeling peaceful, deeply there's a sense of peace spreads through your very core. Even when you focus on your mind, your mind becomes even slower. Even deeper. Relaxing. So very slow. Your stomach, peaceful in your stomach. Notice how relaxed you now feel in the whole of your back. Your spine, from your brain all the way down the middle of your back, sending and receiving millions of messages every day. Deep comfort increasing. Deeply relaxed. Your knees, relax, spreading those signals down your spinal cord into every part of your body. Your shins and your calf muscles, your elbows, feelings of peace and tranquility spreading through your body, tips of your toes to your eyes, your fingers all the way to your lower back. And letting go, really letting go. peace. Drifting, mind just wandering away, happy to let go, let go, completely let go. So tranquil. Your whole body enjoying a sense of letting go, even more. Peaceful, enjoying the space, this space of peace and safety. So very, very relaxed. letting go. Maybe we can just focus on the different parts of your body, just to notice your forehead and your eyes. Your jaw, so loose. Noticing a sense of complete freedom. Absolute freedom. Drifting. Drifting. Peaceful energy. Peace to breathe. So much easier. have noticed your mind drifting. Peaceful. Moving even more deeply in the direction of total blissful peace. Blissful peace. Drifting. Total peace. Calm. So calm. Letting go. Peace of mind. Relaxed body. So relaxed. So relaxed. body feels almost invisible. So very relaxed and peaceful. So peaceful. Relax. Let go. So peaceful. So very, very peaceful. And you could start to notice that you are feeling more relaxed. Even though I've not purposely focused your mind upon that sense of physical comfort that is growing within you throughout your body. And your mind starts to slow down. And that could be almost in recognition of, I guess, my speech not being particularly fast. And things just generally feel calmer just by listening to my voice. You give yourself an opportunity to take a break from the day, take a break from your life as it is, and to give yourself a rest, giving yourself permission to take some time off and to allow your body to relax and allow your mind to slow down, which in turn releases the tension, any stresses that you had in your body. It's almost as if the parts of your body just open up, allowing the negativity out. And at the same time, replacing that negativity with positive, healing energy, which then fills your body up, and your mind too also starts to appreciate those feelings of increasing confidence and an almost uplifting feeling, a positive healing, an energy that spreads through your body like a wave comfort. And all this comes from just allowing yourself a few minutes, maybe half an hour, however long you want it to be, to just rest. And allow your mind and your body to almost reset itself to the settings of comfort and relaxation, calmness, which allows more room for feelings of pleasure and happiness to move around your body and into your mind, almost as if your mind and your body are sinking together, almost mirroring each other with that growing positivity and calmness. And it feels nice. It really does feel nice to know that you are the one that has allowed yourself to feel more comfort and to experience more of this deep relaxation spreading throughout your body. And as I focus on each part of your body, you can notice that that part becomes even more relaxed just by focusing on it. It becomes even more calm and comfortable just by focusing. And as I move down your body, starting at your head, the parts that you've already focused on will continue to relax deeply. And those parts that we've not yet focused on will just automatically release any remaining tension in anticipation of even more comfort about to come. Now, I'm going to start by focusing on your forehead. Just being aware of the feelings of your forehead. And any background sounds, like Mr. Herbert the pigeon, can just allow you to feel even more relaxed. It just means you're in the moment. This isn't a sterile environment. This is the world. I live in the countryside, so there's lots of nature sounds around. So as you focus on your forehead, just notice how it becomes even more relaxed as you focus only on my voice and that part of your body. Moving down to your eyes, focusing on your eyes, noticing how your eyelids feel so heavy, yet so light at the same time, and all the muscles around your eyes relaxing completely, moving your focus down to your mouth, your lips, your tongue, your teeth and your gums, and the whole of your mouth relaxing, calm and loose. As you focus now on your jaw, not just the part of your jaw near your mouth, your chin, but all the way up the sides of your face to your ears, that whole of your jaw, feeling more relaxed and calm. Focusing on your neck, the front of your neck and your throat, relaxing and loose and calm. The sides of your neck, the right and left side of your neck, relaxed and loose and calm. And now the back of your neck, focusing on the back of your neck, letting go of any tension that may have been there before, and enjoying that sense of increasing comfort and release that you can experience in the back of your neck. Moving down your back and moving either side of your spine, right from the top of your back all the way down to the bottom of your back. Down to your lower back. As you move up and down your spine, you can feel the muscles either side of your spine relaxing even more. And as those muscles relax, that sense of comfort starts to spread outwards from your spine into both sides of your back, the top of your back, the middle and your lower back. And as you scan softly and slowly up and down your back as the muscles in the top of your back relax and become looser. The muscles in the middle of your back also seem to just almost divide from each other, separating and almost melting. And in your lower back, there seems to be an extra special feeling of comfort that spreads into your hips, so down your lower back and into your hips, into the area where your coccyx are, and into your buttocks, and all those muscles that spread from your lower back into your hip area start to melt, start to really let go. And even though we're about to focus on your shoulders, your back and your spine will continue to let go. Continue to relax so calmly. As you focus on your shoulders, you may notice that they're already feeling really loose. They're already feeling calm. And that feeling of those muscles that move from your neck into your shoulders. Feel so soft and gentle, so smooth and calm. And the feeling in your shoulders seems to spread deep into your shoulders. That sense of relaxation, not just traveling deeply into your muscles, but also relaxing the bones and moving all the way to underneath your arms, relaxing that whole area between the tops of your shoulders and underneath your arms, healing. You feel so relaxed and comfortable in your shoulders which sends that deep healing message into your arms. And you may feel almost as if your arms are not even there because they're so relaxed, so deeply relaxed. So calm. So loose. That feeling spreading all the way down your arms to your elbows, including your elbows. Circumference spreads all the way into your wrists, your forearms and your wrists, feeling so heavy, yet at the same time so light and gentle. Focusing now on your hands. Your hands so peaceful in your hands. There's a sense of real peace that just seems to feel so familiar when your hands relax deeply. Feels fingertips. Moving your attention to the front of your body, so comfortable. Moving your focus to your legs, all those muscles in your thighs, your knees, so relaxed. Your calf muscles and your shins completely so peaceful, so calm. So peaceful, so calm, so peaceful, so relaxing, peaceful, so calm. Allowing that deep relaxation to spread to your chest and your stomach. So relaxed. Letting go of everything. So I'm going to start counting down now from 20 down to 1. You can imagine, in a way, it's like just walking down some steps. And each step, all 20 steps, and each step represents a level of comfort. Each step represents a deepening of that comfort. And the further you walk down those steps, the deeper and more relaxed you feel. So, starting with number 20. Twenty. 19. 18. 17. 16. 15. 14. 13. 12. 11. 8. Seven, 6. 4. And now, as you focus on your eyes, we're going to count down from 10 down to 1. Focus in just on your eyes. your eyelids, the muscles around your eyes, your eyeballs themselves, that whole area that makes up your eye. And as we count down from 10 down to 1, whilst focusing on your eyes, you will become twice as relaxed with each number counting down. And you may find that all you want to do is just drift off to sleep. And if that's what you want, then just allow yourself to do that. Now, focusing on your eyes, I'm going to begin counting down from 10 down to 1 right now. 10. 9. 8. 4, 3. Two, 1. So counting down from 10 to 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And maybe that was a bit too quick in order to relax. Maybe it's a bit too fast for you to notice the calming of your body. Maybe even a little bit of pressure there, like you're counting down from 10 to 1, what do you expect me to do, man? You expect me just to go all floppy just because you're counting down? We could try again, but this time I'll go a bit slower. This time, as you focus on the whole of your body before we focus on your legs, just notice how your body does start to feel more relaxed with every number that I count down. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. And just notice how you feel generally, how your body feels. It's not necessarily even about counting down from 10 to 1. It's that space that you have, that space between being active physically or mentally to just sitting or lying down, just being there, not doing anything, not saying anything, not needing to think about anything. So it opens up a space, a bit of a space, a gap. And the more I count down from 10 to 1, the bigger that gap becomes. So there's that gap of calmness, of comfort, relaxation. It's a nice feeling. And it moves those stresses or discomforts physically or emotionally, moves them away. Allows you to just slow down. So I'm going to count again from 10 down to 1 and notice that gap widening. The gap. And as it widens, it's almost like the stress and attention falls into the gap. And gives you that distance, that space. Now, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How does your body feel now? Can you notice that you're feeling calmer? That you're feeling more relaxed? As we now focus on your legs, just your legs. We're just going to start with focusing on your thighs. Of course, it's not the most exciting thing to be doing because I'm sure, like most of your body, there's not a lot going on right now. Just focusing on the whole of your thighs, the tops of your thighs, the sides of your thighs, the bottoms of your thighs, your outer thighs and your inner thighs. Basically, the whole of your thigh that leads into your hip. goes down to your knee joint. Now this is a big area. It's a very heavy area. It's very strong. Probably the strongest muscles in your body are in your thighs. But I don't think we perhaps give enough attention to our thighs. Perhaps we don't acknowledge how important our thighs are to our lives. How much they actually do for us all through our lives. And it may sound really weird, but I think that all of our body parts, especially our thighs, need some TLC. A bit of love shown, a bit of acknowledgement, a thank you, gratitude for what our thighs do for us. And I know this may sound a bit strange. Maybe you think, why am I? Surely I should be out in the garden hugging a tree or something. Well, it's hard to set a microphone up on a tree. That's why I'm doing this indoors. Otherwise I would be outside hugging a tree. No, I can't see the television from the tree. If you move down to your knees, again, such an important part. And I think we don't necessarily, I'll speak for myself here, I don't necessarily appreciate all that my knees do for me until I have a problem with my knee. So occasionally if I have maybe I bash it or it's aching for some reason, it's then that I realise how much it does. You know, the benefit of being able to use my legs without any kind of physical discomfort is a beautiful thing that's possibly not appreciated until it's temporarily removed, you know, that comfort. But as you focus on your knees, regardless of how your knees feel, you can add that sense of gratitude and love to your knees for all that they do for you. And you can still have that attention on your thighs and maybe notice how your thighs feel. Maybe you've noticed that they are relaxing more deeply. As you focus now on the bottoms of your legs, your shins, and your calf muscles, and the bones between your knees and your feet, incorporating, of course, your ankles. So important. Anyone that's had even like the slightest sprain of an ankle knows how much we take our ankles for granted. And it's kind of strange in a way when you think that, logically our wrists are a lot thinner than the rest of our arms, which is okay. Can't see any problem with that because we're just picking stuff up. But our ankles are so much thinner than the rest of our legs. And from a physics perspective, or logical even, it doesn't really make sense that all this weight would ultimately be resting on your ankles, then leading to your feet. That thin area, thin bone, yet it does so much great work. Supports us, supports our body for a lifetime. Helps us to balance, helps you to get around and be mobile. And there's the calf muscles, of course. When I was younger, I couldn't see the point in calf muscles. It didn't seem to do anything. Okay, if I walked around on tiptoes, then my calf muscles get some work. But of course that's not true. The calf muscles are being used whenever we use our legs. And your shins, there to protect your lower legs, shaped in a way almost as a protector for the bone. Leading, of course, to your ankles and your feet. But we're not going to focus on your feet, we're just going to focus on the legs. I realise that now that I've mentioned your feet, you're probably focusing on them anyway, so maybe I should focus on your feet a little bit. You can have them in your awareness, the same as you have your thighs in your awareness, even though we haven't been focusing on your thighs for a few minutes. We've been focusing on your ankles, there's still that sensation of comfort in your thighs. And there's that movement of energy, because the thighs hold lots of different sensations. Of course, there's the muscles, the big, strong muscles that we have in our thighs. But the skin on the outside of the thighs, as in the outside of all of our body, can be very sensitive. sensitive to the touch, sensitive to temperature. And inside your thighs, the bones, there's the muscle, there's the blood vessels, the arteries. So all this stuff, it's inside your thighs. And I guess sometimes it'd be nice if you could actually put your fingers inside your thighs and massage. So you can massage on the outside, of course, but to be able to get deep into the muscles, and to be able to just massage inside your thighs, massaging the bones of your leg, massaging all the veins, and just gently healing your thighs. And you could move down, massaging inside your knees, just massaging those bones, but with healing fingertips, spreading that healing energy deep into the joints of your knees. Of course, there's the back of your knee, you know, the inside crease where your knee is. It's a very sensitive area. Feels very nice when you stroke it. That might be because it's an area that's not really touched very often. It's almost like a hidden part, that crease in your legs. It's almost like a part that has a sensitivity which is a little bit different. Of course, it's protected by your legs. So you can imagine putting your fingers into that crease in your legs. That fold in between your legs, you can just massage with your fingertips. Imagine your fingertips going inside, massaging the muscle tissue. You can of course feel the bones of your knees healing through your fingertips. And then as you go down to your calf muscles, now that's a part I'd like to be able to really put my fingertips deep inside my calf muscles, massaging every single tissue of that muscle, healing every part. And then doing the same for my shins, massaging and gently stroking the bones, gently stroking them, healing in a loving way, because they deserve to be treated as the precious bones that they are, because our legs are so precious, as in all the other parts of our body. They're more precious than any jewel on the planet. And when you start to think about your legs in this way, it can change your perspective. It might sound a bit silly to start with, The idea of having love for your legs, showing appreciation for your thighs, wanting to be able to put your hands in your thighs and massage the muscles and the bones, and to get your fingers deep in there, releasing all tension, just to show how much you care about your legs, how much you care for what your legs do for you regularly. Your knees, your calves, your ankles. The strength of your ankles, considering how thin they are compared to the rest of your legs, especially your thighs. Yet they're so strong, so flexible. Absolutely amazing things. Your ankles are truly a gift because of what they do for you. Supporting all that weight, regardless of what weight you are, even if you're only 8 stone, it's still a lot of weight for these little ankles. Now I'm a lot heavier than 8 stone, double that. Yet my ankles support my body all the time. Although they do give off a sigh of relief when I sit down. In fact, my whole legs do. My feet also go whew, and my toes clap. They're so happy. Your legs really are amazing. And I know that talking about your legs is probably possibly among the most boring things you've ever heard anyone say, possibly. But boring or not, everything I said is true. Your legs are amazing. Your legs deserve not just respect, but they deserve to relax deeply. They deserve to take some time out of the day to just let go completely. Your legs really can relax. And because the legs are such a very important part of your body, when you relax your legs, the rest of your body also naturally follows in that journey of comfort. I can feel it in my hips. My hips feel really loose. And also my lower back as well. My lower back really feels stretched, even though I'm just sitting in a chair and there's no stretching as far as I'm aware that I'm doing. But it's almost as if the muscles are just relaxed so much that there is a natural stretch as the tension has reduced a lot. And I'm now going to count down from 10 down to 1. And you can continue to feel wonderfully relaxed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. So I'm just going to count down from 5 down to 1. And as I count down, if you just focus on the numbers, just the numbers, counting down, and notice how you feel in this moment as you hear the numbers counting down, knowing that those numbers counting down represent you feeling calmer, not just in your body but also relaxing your mind. And just notice how you feel. There's nothing to do, there's nothing to say, there's nothing to think about. Starting with number 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. As you notice the gradual letting go of the tension in your body, you may also begin to notice and be aware of how your mind is starting to slow down. This is just a natural thing that happens. It's not really a special procedure. It's just natural because as your body relaxes, your mind also starts to relax. And the more your mind relaxes, the more your body relaxes. It's just a continuous circle of relaxation. And there's that calmness that comes from relative quietness. You know, even if there's background sounds, either your side or mine, it's still going to be quite calm. You know, you haven't got the television on, there's no music in the background unless you're listening to the recording with music, of course. You're very likely not going to be sitting in a room with other people. Of course you might be, but generally it's more ideal if you can do this on your own. So no distractions. And when you stop thinking about stuff, relaxation automatically rises. A sense of comfort starts to grow. And without trying to build it up into something fantastical or something magical, this is just a natural process, something that's easy to accomplish. In fact, it's almost, the sense of relaxing completely happens really when you put no effort into it. It's not something that you can really force. It's something that happens naturally. And part of the process of this recording and others is simply to allow you to take advantage of this space, this time, to just let go, to just be here, to be in tune with how you feel. Yet with the intention of wanting to relax deeply. And maybe even to fall asleep, depending on what it is that you wish for yourself in this moment. As we know, relaxing is the majority of the process of falling asleep. The actual falling asleep part is the tiny bit at the end. The deeper relaxed you become, the easier you find yourself drifting. But you can also, if you choose, stay focused on my voice and really enjoy the process of gradually relaxing muscle in your body effortlessly, and just observing the sensation of letting go. Completely. This time I'm going to count from 6 down to 1. And you can notice your mind calming down more with each number that you hear me say. Naturally feeling calm and slow and peaceful. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Being aware of how your mind has slowed right down, sinking deeply into relaxation. And as you focus on your mind, you may notice that are some thoughts still there, maybe some stubborn thoughts that for some reason perhaps need your attention. So what you can do is send love to those thoughts. Sprinkle those thoughts with love, like little petals from a flower. Just sprinkle it over them. Petals filled with love towards those thoughts, to let those thoughts know that you're not abandoning them. You just need them. You require them to just calm down, slow down, quiet down for now. So as you focus on those remaining thoughts, as we count down this time from 7 down to 1, with each number, just imagine sprinkling those flower petals of love, kindness, gratitude over those thoughts, which will allow them to just melt away and relax deeply. With every number, those thoughts will become more and more relaxed. Starting with number 7. 6. 5. as you now notice how relaxed you're feeling in your body. We're going to focus on your hands. Because the more relaxed your hands are, the more relaxed your body and mind are. And as you focus on your hands and your fingers, there's nothing needed to be done. There's no clenching of fists or tensing the fingers or anything like that. It's just noticing and focusing on your hands. Noticing how they feel. Because the more relaxed your hands feel, the calmer your mind feels, and the more comfort you feel throughout your body. And you may have already noticed that your mind is starting to drift. Focusing just on your hands and fingers, allowing them to experience a real deepening of that relaxation in your hands and fingers. More and more relaxed with each number. From 8 down to 1. You can almost feel that healing and relaxing energy spreading into your hands and fingers, becoming even more relaxing with each number you hear going down starting with number 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Just being here now. Nothing to think about, nothing to do, nothing to say, and everything just feels calmer. And this is your natural state of being. This is how you just normally feel when you take away all of that other stuff that we add. You know, things like stress and worrying and overthinking and anxiety, tension. generally thinking about stuff. When you take that away, which is what we're doing now, you're left with a real sense of peacefulness, which comes to you very quickly. Because ultimately, it's just a feeling. A feeling of comfort. It's almost as if you've gone inside yourself and you've found a special place where everything is peaceful. A place where you can feel relaxed and your natural sense of comfort. A place where you can be you. Where you can accept yourself for who you are. A place where you're not trying to please anybody else, ever. A place where you can actually not just love yourself, but in some ways, more importantly, you can like yourself. Appreciate who you are. And that sense of gratitude is in the air all around you. And that's also a place where you can actually feel the healing energy soaking into your body. Healing energy soaking into your body. And that healing energy spreads through your veins, traveling to each and every single part of your body. And you start to realize that actually that healing energy, it's not just entered into your brain, it's become part of your brain. And that spinal fluid is now mixed with healing energy. Not just allowing you to feel so much more relaxed and healthy in this moment, but also you start to realize that actually what's happening now with that healing, relaxing energy spreading through your body is actually changing your life. It's actually changing the way you're going to feel, not just now, but tomorrow and the next day, as your health improves. Not just your physical health, but your mental health. Things that used to bother you in the past for some reason no longer have the effect that they used to, because something has changed deep within you. Maybe things that used to cause you to feel anger no longer have that power to control you the way they seemed to be able to before. As you realize that you're the one who decides what affects you. You're the one who decides to feel relaxed and calm when you choose to enjoy noticing these natural developments of healing continuing to grow and improve your life day by day. Including, of course, your ability to relax so much easier and sleeping is the most natural thing in the world to you, because falling asleep is something that you've done so many times in your life, and you know that you were born, as we all were, with the ability to fall asleep naturally. We were born with that ability to just drift off into a deep, healing sleep. Even when we're kids, sometimes we'll fall asleep when we don't even want to. We try to stay awake. Maybe it's a birthday in the morning, or it's Christmas or holiday or something we look forward to. We don't want to go to sleep. But the more we want to stay awake, the more we just start to drift. And the more you fight drifting, the more you try and stop yourself from drifting asleep, the deeper and stronger that drifting becomes. Because we're born not just with the need to relax deeply and to naturally fall asleep, but it's our birthright. It's part of our DNA. And sometimes as we get older in life, perhaps at times we have forgotten that relaxing completely is not only a wonderfully pleasant experience, it's also really easy. very, very easy to let go, because that's all it is. It's just deciding to let go. And when you press the play button on my recordings, you have given permission for my voice to relax you. When you press that play button, you have given me permission for my words to affect you in a positive, only a positive way, opening up your mind to useful and healing suggestions that can have such an amazing effect on how you feel right now, as well as those changes that continue long after the recording ends, those changes within you that continue to flourish and grow, transforming your life in a positive, beautiful way, allowing you to move forward in your life in the direction that you choose for yourself. And this feeling that you can experience of safety, comfort, calmness, just feels so nice. It's such a healthy place to be. And that positivity grows within you. Each and every day, moving forward, you're going to find that you're more relaxed physically and in your mind is more relaxed. And it's not that you're thinking slower, it's just that your mind will be less clogged up with unnecessary negativity. Because from now on, your mind rejects negativity. From now on, you're going to start noticing when negativity arises, and you can just say stop. Stop. And that negativity turn around and leave you alone. Stop, and that negativity would disappear. And as you notice that you feel way more relaxed than you probably expected, you can now congratulate yourself because you're the person that has done this. You are the one that has opened your mind up to the simple facts that you can feel more relaxed in your body and in your mind. You've opened your mind up to the birthright of being able to just fall asleep easily when you choose. And that's a nice feeling, don't you think? It feels nice, doesn't it? To feel calm with all that healing energy spreading through your body and your mind. To spend time in that special place where negativity can no longer enter. Negativity is banned, it's barred, it's not allowed entry. It doesn't deserve to be here, doesn't belong here. Negativity has no place in your life. Which makes room for more comfort, more healing, more relaxation, more peace. It feels nice, doesn't it? To just let go of everything. And I'm going to count down now from 20 down to 1. You can continue to relax. If you choose, you can drift to sleep. With every number you hear me say, you can feel twice as relaxed. Or if you choose, you can feel twice as sleepy. Now, 20. 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is your time to just take a break. Your time to relax, to allow your mind to slow down. To give yourself permission to take a break from everything. And you're the only person that can make that decision. You're the only person that can actually tell your mind to just relax. To just take some time off. So that you can focus on your body, getting in touch with how you feel physically. And in the process of this body scan, where you focus on different parts of your body, those parts that you focus on and observe, even though you're not purposely requesting for those parts of your body to relax, it's kind of expected. You expect, when you listen to my voice, to feel Because when you're listening to me, your attention is focused on my words, and as my words guide you to focus on those parts of your body, your focus increases. Which actually calms your mind. And when your mind calms down, your body relaxes. And when your body calms down, your mind relaxes. And even though we've not really started to focus on your body, you can already feel that healing energy spreading through your body, pushing out stress and tension, healing all the parts of your body, including your skin, your bones, your blood, all of your organs inside your body, all of the muscles, all of the fat, all of everything. Every hair on your body is filled with that healing energy. And when your brain fills with that healing energy, the feeling of comfort and relaxation increases. Deeply increases. In a way that your mind starts to feel perhaps a bit drowsy, because it's not needed, and it may start to drift. If that's what's needed. So if you're listening to this and what you need is deep relaxation, that's what you'll get. If what you need is to fall asleep naturally and easily as your mind drifts, that's also what will happen. Because by pressing that play button on the podcast and listening to me, You give permission for your body and your mind. In fact, you give the command to your body and your mind to relax deeply and to drift off to sleep if that's what you want or need. And as I focus on the different parts of your body, you may start to just drift, and then you come back again and you hear me talking, and I'm focusing on a different part of your body. And you may find yourself drifting, but you don't realize you're drifting until you stop drifting and you're alert again to my voice, focusing on a different part of your body starts to relax even deeper, because that drifting is basically you already in the sleep zone. And the more you drift, the longer you drift, and the longer you drift, eventually that drifting continues into sleep. And that's the last you remember Just focus again on parts of your body. Focusing this time on your forehead.